Welcome to episode 14 of my EUROPA playthrough of Stationeers on stationary difficulty with 200 instead of 20 minutes day-night cycle. You can see that the rover is certainly excited to get going. Not sure what's going on with its physics, but the rover isn't yet its final implementation, so we can expect some improvements on that in the next years. So one of the next steps, can't see this right now. Next steps that I had planned was French fries. I have those now, so now I can drink 175% instead of 100, which is much more relaxed, really. It's pleasant, and so thank you for that tip, Mr. Commenter, whose name I currently forgot. And I already had the soybeans necessary for that. So complete the garage airlock. I've done that. It's now fully functional, including a interruption feature when I press the buttons again and so forth. It's all fully working, and it's also decorated, as you have seen. Next, I would like to fix the shredder-centrifuge code. So there will be like 10 minutes of programming now, or 15 maybe, where I go through the code as it is and then fix that bug, hopefully. Then I would like to build another airlock, but this time custom programmed using the code of this garage. So it would be repressurizing, and then, well, let's see what happens then. But ultimately I would like to get 2 deep miner stations going in a place where 2 regions are coming together. They are already marked, and I hopefully will find that place again. I have a screenshot somewhere of those coordinates. Yeah, that's the immediate outlook. Yeah, too bad the rhythm is currently not playing, because I think that would fit, huh? Yeah. Huh. Want to see it in action? I mean, now that we're just starting out, why not? That's me manually closing it. I don't yet have the automatic suit. Oh, that's unexpected. So once the station has been sucked empty into this system here, up to 30 megapascals, so I calculated those volumes and ranges nicely, it will then just bluntly open the door. There's no repressurization. So when I come home, the light will turn on. It's a bit unfortunate, maybe it should turn on a little bit earlier. I don't know how to implement that. There is no chip yet on the rover or something like that. But doesn't matter. Okay, so planetary pressure is like 45 kilopascals. Do we say planetary even when we're on a moon? Yeah, okay, change that shit. Indoors we have 44, so it's time to evacuate. Emptying, and once everything is emptied, it's going to repressurize as much as it can with a goal of 100 kilopascals. Now as this is happening, those are shut off. But we don't have that amount of gas in here. I mean, you might think, yeah, we have that amount of gas and you can see it right there, but I'm standing right next to that vent, so that's not an indication. The average gas pressure of this room matters. Here we go. And I assume this is now empty? Yeah, so we used up all the gas, and when the gas was empty, it decided, okay, what can we do now? Nothing, so let's just start over. I hate how unlucky I am with the music this morning. This is not the way, man. This is not the way. I mean, it's like the 4th video attempt I'm doing already, all of which like 2 or 3 minutes long. Switching stations, trying things, and so forth. Yeah. Okay, that was the airlock in action. Let's look at the recycler problem. My storage room. And here I can toss stuff in, which will then be recycled, hence the word recycler. I can't see feces, so let's just get this guy, which I have chosen to use for construction activities. I want to play this one as real as possible. Basically, most of the time I'm not reaching through the glass and so forth. I'm not carrying that within me, though I have not done that anyway. Very rarely in these over 300 videos I've ever done this, because it takes away, you know? The game has this light simulation which requires you to build some lamps and so forth. Oops. And I choose to entirely turn that off because of this stupid super dark shadow problem. Not good enough. Anyway, so here's the shredder, and it will be turned on whenever there's something in its input slot and turned off whenever that is no longer the case. So it will shred a little and turn off immediately. Alternatively, it would stay on. I mean, if I wouldn't have programmed it like this, and then it would toss out what it has already, even though it's not yet full. But that's not how I did this. Because once it tosses something out, the centrifuge will kick in, and then eventually it will open. But, I mean, if I now flip the switch a few times, I'm not sure if there's something in there. Can we see that somewhere here? No. Maybe I should toss something in there, cable or whatever. The centrifuge will show an error, so the programming is not clean. Let's just read the source code and see if we can spot the bug already. I mean, why not? Here's my hydroponics room. Not much going on yet. 2 automatic lights. Of course, this needs to be shielded from the sun because day-night cycle is not natural for the plants. Still, I very much object that this late in the game, in quotation marks, Rocketworks still hasn't yet given us an option or a different default for day-night cycle duration, because this 20 minutes thing is just way too hectic. I mean, 200 minutes still feels a little fast at times, but 20 minutes? 20 minutes is a stroboscope. They should have put a warning on this thing for the people who will fall over dead when something on their screen says meh. Yeah, anyway. Okay. Station 0 control and Station 0 cooling and arc furnace. Station 0 control, import. Is this for the shredder? It doesn't seem to be. Huh. Come on. Storage room, motion sensor, glass door, pipe analyzer, gas tank storage. Where's the shredder? Oh, wait. That is not accessible here at all. That is on its own network. So I need to use the laptop. So we move that over and we say import, and then I can read that at my leisure. Maybe I should pause this? Yeah, let's pause this. Without the music that would be a bit dry, but thanks to the nice ambient music, thanks to Soma FM servicing me for decades now. I mean, it's almost all the music I listen to. Not that I don't listen to other shit, you know, like pop and metal and whatever, but that's rare. I usually just go with this background emotion thing that I can just lean into and also imagine to just, if that would be the only music I can ever listen to, I would survive. So, define recycler, reclamation, centrifuge, reclamation. How deep should I go with the explanation of this for those who haven't yet programmed? Should I just give a little program course in Stationeers? I mean, just a short one, just a speedy one. You can check what a device is doing, like a printer or door or whatever, and you can also control it, so you can read and write its state. This door, for example, is automated. How do I do this? I read constantly what this guy is doing. This is a motion sensor, and as soon as I'm in this field, it fires, as you can see here, indicated by the green, that just comes with the sensor. This sensor is connected to this one, or they're both being checked at the same time, and whenever they are activate, activated, I would just copy that value, the 1 of 1 being activated, 0 not being activated, that 1 I copy over to the open value of the door, and that's all. That's how this is implemented. Super easy, huh? I read is this activated, and I get a 0 or a 1. And I write whether the door should be open, which is done also with a 0 or a 1. 1 means true, so activated true, open true. Very, very simple. And has a nice feel to it. So don't you want to get into programming? Though you don't need that, you can also do that with logic chips. I would have to place a logic reader. Logic chips, or just logic. Slot reader. Where's the kit? Here we have the kit logic IO. That's the one that you would have to print. And it has multiple chips. One of them, for example, the logic reader. You can see here, if you have the 4K resolution that I so luxuriously supply, then you can select with the screwdriver which device you want to read from, and with this screw you choose which value you're reading from that device. And then this logic chip will have that knowledge. It will have the 0 or the 1. So we could do that with the with these two motion sensors. Since it's 2 of them, we can actually use a batch reader. This has 3 screws. Choose which device type you want to read from. I would choose the motion sensor, which value you want to read, and how this thing is supposed to deal with the multiple values. Because, I mean, if one is saying 1 and the other is saying 0, what value do you expect on this thing? And in programming in Stationeers, you have the same kind of logic. There's also a command that says read batch, then you can say from what it's supposed to read. And you can also, you have to say what this batch mode is. Will it add them up, like sum? Or will it take the average? Or will it take the minimum value? One of them is 0, one of them is 1. Or will it take the maximum, which of course makes sense here, because I want the door to be open if either of them is being touched by a person. Or an object, actually. The motion sensors weirdly also react to objects being placed here. Batch slot reader does the same thing, except then you're not reading from the device's values itself, but from one of its slots. The arc furnace, for example, has the input slot and the output slot. Reagent reader, I don't know. I haven't never dealt with reagents, but that's like gold, silver, iron, and so forth. You might think, yeah, I have seen that gold ore, right? No. Gold ore carries reagent. Like an ingot also carries reagent, and the reagent carried is the gold. Though, does gold ore actually have reagent? Yeah, but from the conceptual, that's what you have to distinguish. Is it about the substance, or is it about the form in which it comes? So the reagent reader would read about the substance and not about the form in which it comes. Slot reader, partner of the batch slot reader, just like the batch writer, partner of the batch logic reader, partner of the batch reader. Logic writer is the partner of the logic reader, and batch writer is the partner of the batch reader. So then I could say with the logic writer, this screw will get assigned the logic reader that I had placed that reads my, or rather batch reader that reads my my motion sensors, and then this would have the knowledge of this 0 or 1 again. And then I could say which device do I want to write to and which value of that device do I want to affect. So if you place a batch reader and a logic writer and a door and 2 motion sensors, you can build this. Downside is, though, that when you use the batch reader, you would read from all the devices of that type. Whereas in programming, I can also limit that to these particular devices, because I can also give them a name in Stationeers. And in programming, in Stationeers, I can use that name as an additional filter, which you cannot do with these things. So device addressing. We have just seen screws. The programming can also be done with screws, but there are other ways too. The screws, if I now use the screwdriver, I can also select different various devices, and that would then be assigned to screw D0. They just have numbers. You know, it's just this entire thing where the chip is housed is DB, the base or whatever, the device base. When you have another chip housing type, this is the only other type that exists, with the various types of atmospherics units. Here, we can also place a chip. And here also, this device is the base, dB. And since it has so many logic values, like what the pressure is on this side, or the temperature, or the pressure on this side, and whether this thing is currently active or not, as opposed to it just being on or not, all of that can be accessed then via dB. So you say the device I'm dealing with is dB, and what aspect of it are you dealing with? Well, the pressure, for example. And here too we have screws, in case you want to use those. But there's other ways to deal with devices, and that is with a name and with a type. That's what I'm usually doing, because I want to stay independent of the screws. Why? Because if a device is disassembled and then is that the word? Dismantled? I don't know. If I remove it from the wall and put it up again, that would be a new device, even though it looks the same. I can also give it the same name, but still it would be a new device. And the screws, they reference devices with their unique ID. And if the device is new, it will have a new ID, so that reference will no longer work. So the programming will break and I will get an error flashing here. That might be good, because then at least you will be notified that something is no longer working. Anyway. So one way to access devices is using the screws. The other way to access devices is by their type, and also even their name. That's what I talked to you about here with the logic chips. And like I said, the programming language has statements that are basically just like these logic chips. And there's a third way to address devices, and that is to indeed use their absolute ID number, but not via a screw, but instead putting that ID number right here in the source code. Those are the three ways in which you can address devices for reading their values or for writing their values. And that is the most important thing you need to know about the stationary programming. Everything else is details. Because now you would have the intention, now you would have the will. The next thing in your mind would be the question how. And this means that you now have a table in which there are one or two puzzle pieces, to which you can now attach new puzzle pieces. Now you have to find them and stitch them there. And that's the most important thing. You have momentum, you have direction, and you have a start. So here I am defining structure recycler. If you're looking at recycler, here we have the recycler that is built in the world. That's the structure, not to be confused with the kit. Maybe you remember we just saw the kit logic I/O, which had multiple chips down here. The kit recycler only has one build option, the one recycler. But still, the distinction kit and structure is super important here, because it doesn't. It's this thing. If you want to deal with this thing when in programming, that's the thing that's built in the world. So of course you have to use this. If you use this, you will just be talking to the air. It doesn't make sense. There's no a kit here. This thing is built in the world. And if I click here, I can just copy the name to the clipboard. I can also do that with this one. This is not the unique ID number of the object, obviously, because this is the Stationpedia. It tells us general stuff. And so this is a general number. And so this is the number for any and all recycler. If there would be two recyclers in this room, and I address them with batch writing or batch reading, and I would use this number here in this batch reading or batch writing, then I would affect both of them. Same for the name. And since the computer only deals in numbers, I am writing this name because I can so easily remember it. So I just write structure recycler, structure active vent, structure pipe analyzer. And then I turn it into a number. Now this is a number. This number is then stored here. I mean, basically all commands, they first want to know where do you want to write, or what do you want to read from. This is a read command, and it wants to know where do you want to store the value that you're reading. This is a write command, and now the first thing it wants to know is where do you want to write. Here. So, and here, when we're defining something, it's asking again, where do you want to store the thing that you're defining? Here. The first one is always where do you put that. So that's basically the focus of your intention. So now that we have the number of any and all recyclers, of the type recycler, this is now in here. And now I can say write batch recycler on 1. This means that all recyclers on the cable network will turn on, period. That is what this does. Write batch. This is like the batch writer logic circuit, logic chip. I can also do this one, which I am doing actually, down here, somewhere. Here. write batch named. In this case, I'm also using the name as the filter. This thing has a name. The name is reclam_recycler. That's the name I gave it, reclamation. The computer, though, only deals in numbers, so I turn it into a number, store it in here, and here I'm saying write batch named into this thing, I mean any and all recyclers in the room, if they have this name, so that could still be multiple if I so name them, and what is it that I want to do with them? I want to logic type that I want to address is the onness, and what value do I want to put there? R0. What is R0? It's a bit loud. Too bad I only have the choice between screaming and that. Yes, I could, I could. There's too many things to keep in balance. I mean, just accept that I've made my choices well. So R0, what is that? That's the value holder. Just like this here, this is a constant value. I mean, I can override this later. Basically, these could be, in a way, these could be called registers. Hey, wait a second. I mean, the registers have a few features that these definitions do not have, but I could actually use a register here. Could just... well, when I'm loading a value, I have to first store it somewhere, and I cannot store it in a name like this. This would have to use the word define, so I would need the extra line. Can I actually do this? Define test R0? Does that work? Oh, first I have to put the chip in. Come on. Whoa, that would work? That's wild. And then I could write the word test here, but I mean, what's the use? And how many registers do we have? Wait, what was that? We have 16. R0 to R15. That's something you have to get used to in programming. We normally index things, that's how that's called. We give them an index that's starting at 0. That's very useful in math. For example, if I want to know when the next section starts of my range here, I mean, this is not for Stationeers. Stationeers doesn't have... I like this my very moody thing a lot. Symphocat, absolute genius when it comes to very nice moody ambient tracks. And maybe it's indeed an Icelandic person. And I guess it comes with the territory, huh? Maybe I should move there once I have the cash. I certainly don't want to live in this shithole. Germany is such a stupid country. I mean, I don't know which country is more stupid, Germany or the United Kingdom. I mean, United Kingdom is more obviously stupid with its fascism, but Germany is more deeply ingrained stupid. Anyway, moving on. So if I say, well, I have a range of 16 and I want to know where the next range begins, then I will just say 0 times 16. This is where my range beginneth. 1 times 16. This is where my range beginneth. See that? Now imagine these ranges would be like a human would normally count from like this. Then we start counting at 1. So where does the first range begin? It counts, but see, you have to do some +1 and -1 and so forth. It's inelegant. That's one, I don't know if that's the reason, actually, but I personally like that this is the way that we index stuff at 0 in programming. So, what is the code then? I mean, now that I've defined everything, what is this, by the way? Occupancy sensor of the room. I want to know if someone's in here, and I'm filtering this down with a name too. Later down here, and then I'm turning all the lights on. Where am I doing this? Here. I'm loading batch named into R0 from any and all occupancy sensors that have this name, hence the BN, whether they're activated, and then I have to give the logic mode, like I said, minimum, maximum, average, or sum. I always use sum because it's the easiest and shortest to type, and also it will make sure that if I got this wrong somehow, if I'm somehow reading more devices that I actually wanted to read, then this number will not be somehow seeming correct if I use average. Many people use average. That's not the right approach, man. You're all doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. You should use sum because you want your code to fail. Fail fast is a thing in programming. And that's something you should have. Not like let it run and eventually it fails and then you start digging. No, make it fail as early as it can. I mean, not aim for failing, but if it would fail, make sure that it fails as soon as possible, that you get aware of the problem as soon as possible, so you don't have to dig tons of hierarchy, and also in this case, so that you don't have to wait for long to find out that your code is not working, when your mind is no longer in its slash and so forth. So now I know whether it's activated, and then I'm writing to any and all of these lights on a 0. Simple, huh? I mean, that is simple. Once you have seen really how this works. Alright, so what are we doing with this recycler thing? I'm loading batch named slot into R0 from the recycler reclaim, the named one, from slot 0, whether that slot is occupied. See, very conveniently we get all that information here. We want to know the slot index, occupied sum. How do you find that occupied stuff? Let's look at the recycler again. If we scroll down here, hello, we find, for example, which slots it has. A 0 is the import slot where stuff is being tossed in, and there's also the export slot. And here we have the logic values, like on, for example. But what I'm currently doing is I'm reading from slots. So here is the slot values. Slot 0 has occupied and slot 1 has occupied, as opposed to the the jetpack, for example, which has pressure as a logic value for the slots, but only for slot 0, because that's where the jetpack canister is, and the temperature. But the others have, but this one also has occupied, and so have the others. So yeah, that's how that works. Pretty straightforward, actually. Once you have seen the system, you can just start the shitting code, huh? So now I need to... I mean, the rest is a matter of making highways out of those narrow paths that you have built with your neuron structure in your brain. Make highways out of them. It's 8 lane in both directions, so 16 lane highways. And that only comes with experience. Use it. Because then you can also build... I mean, sometimes I program for a week or two at the office before I start running my code again, because there's just so many things that I'm changing. And very often, really surprisingly often, I only have to change 1 or 2 little things that I overlooked, and then it will just work. So that's a matter of having enough highways there. And reading that often enough and checking that and being very thorough about it, because I want to be okay, that's a tangent I wanted to go on in the previous episode, and this time I will do this. I know I said 10 minutes of programming. That's me. A programmer is a person who will create lastingly manifested reality out of fantasy. Therefore, the lastingly manifested reality will be resting as a mass, as an energy, as a weight that has to be lifted on this entire process. That's like any other creation that you... if you write a book, for example, if you write a story, if you... something like that. Or let's say, let's write an article about something or whatever. Then if you're not really strong when that comes to that stuff, and I mean, creative work, doesn't matter how strong you are, you will always, since it's creative, there's some novelty in there, it's not just craftsman work, you will always run into that energy problem. When you do that, at the beginning, you're met with the infinite possibilities, and there's also what lures you in. When you can dream, I keep saying it, you are God, everybody is God, that's what we are. The universe is heaven in the making, and it will be experienced as such. And it's not a metaphor, I mean that. Literally the heaven. And you are literally the God. Maybe you don't identify as such, as in you don't have heaven that's seen basically the light within you, but is what drives you. It's ultimately the infrastructure that you run on, and if you would dig hard enough, you would find, oh, it is you. Well, everybody is. Anyway. And so when we start a dream before the universe, We have all the possibilities, and then when we're in it, we're driven by the structures that we have already created. Same happens when you write a story or other creative work, or when you program something. Then you've established something that you have to henceforth live with. And that's good when you're, for example, writing a story. After all, you're trying to achieve something and you want to enjoy your work. And you want to enjoy what you have created there. But not only are you bound by this then, if you want to go in some directions and you will think, crap, I can't do that, I have done this other thing that would be a plot hole and so forth. But more importantly, and that is what I'm actually talking about here, like the weight that has to be lifted with the manifestation created by the programming, the closer you get to completion, the closer you get to that moment when your work will affect reality. Completing something is one of the most important abilities. So that's really something, I mean, if your work isn't perfect, not flawless or whatever, at least you have completed it. Done is better than perfect is a good saying. Done is better than perfect, particularly when you're paid to do something. But I'm trying to do both. Because, I mean, if you write a story and it's published, and you publish that on the web, then ultimately you're placing something in the quantum space, in the undefined canvas that we all inhabit, and by putting that there, you're colorizing the entire world with a I don't know, 0.001% shade of gray opacity. You're overlaying the entire world with that, every person's experience space, because now every person has the non-zero potential possibility. I mean, if we keep calculating this, we might find out many people don't, because this person, for example, is currently in the process of falling from a building. Oh, now the person is dead, so the probability was actually zero. There was no way that would ever happen, you know, that kind of thinking. But in principle, now everybody has a non-zero probability of finding your work and be emotionally exposed to it, and you made that happen, which in turn is an energy that comes back to you as potential. That's the allure of entering the internet and talking to the people and putting out a tweet and telling them, well, I just made coffee, do you like one? You know, with a photo of your coffee or something. That's what that is. You're playing with the collective space. One second, please. And how do I know this? Because I looked closely enough. It's right there. I mean, the data is all around you. When you're on stage, like, I don't know, a stand-up comedian or whatever, and you have stage fright, that is because you're now exposed to the judges that are sitting in front of you. Even though they don't aim to be judged, they came there to be entertained, and they have drunken a bit, and they are happy, and they are smiling already, even though maybe your first jokes are shit, but they're trying to be positive, you know, many of them at least. They're trying to make this a good flow collectively, and then eventually maybe it is justified. That's also how you find a brick in a box of Lego, for example. You're trying to believe that it's there, and this will allow you more successfully to modify your brain's geometric and color and so forth interpretation circuitry, which is between your eyes, which just receive photons, and your actual awareness and consciousness and decision making between that, you know, which allows you to more effectively attune that to the thing that you're trying to find. That's a thing. Of course, this can lead to confirmation bias, and the great skill that I have pretty much mastered because I have been polishing it for decades. I mean, I'm a couple of decades old, and I've started looking for wisdom and truth and all that shit like age 10 or whatever. So if you look for long enough, you will find that, I guarantee you. Only that's a journey that takes a long time. Anyway, one of the greatest skills you can have is to master the distinguishing, or to be able to balance between confirmation bias and perception amplification. I'm looking for a track that isn't annoying, it isn't getting in the way. Sadly, all of these do. It's at least calm enough. To balance between confirmation bias and just utilizing your perception. I mean, for example, you can actually train your peripheral vision to be more aware. That doesn't mean that you will constantly be distracted, but it means that you can actually perceive rather consciously and rather distinctly, as if you turn your eyes to the right or left without doing that. Not that you can actually get that kind of resolution. No, that's a hardware problem. But yeah, it's a consciousness thing. You can rewire a lot of stuff in your head, and this is a sane way to do it. Anyway, so energy that you lift as a programmer in the world. It starts with the intention. And if we're talking, for example, about professional work, where your work would actually affect the world, then of course you will be confronted with that energy that you have to lift. There's also the competition space. There's other people. Whatever you do for your company will help your company not die, or will possibly even make it bigger and stronger. And that in turn, in a space where other companies are competing, means that you are basically in the boxing ring, and you're boxing with the other guy, and you're trying to, well, that's an energetic thing, and you're not actually dealing with the details of it. But in principle, that's what's going on. Now, it would of course be better if we had a world in which we are not competing in a way that means either me or you. But if we, but that's not how it is. No matter how friendly this space is, for example, here on YouTube, ultimately, how many hours in the day do we have to watch something? In other words, am I wasting your time right now? Well, if you don't want this stuff, change the channel, because every once in a while you will get this stuff. And it's valuable. I believe in this. Is not even the way I would have to phrase it if I would be talking to myself. And currently I'm talking to you. Talking to you, I say, I believe in this. Talking to myself, I would say, I know this. This is a fact. This is how the world works. We are all connected to this one energy that we basically all are collectively. And so anyone who is affecting this canvas when they're writing a story, for example, that is about to be put on the web, they will at some point meet the monster of completion. They will find the closer they get to actual completion, the longer the road seems to get, the harder it will be, the less motivation they have to go there. Yeah. Because you're lifting some energy when you get there. I mean, even if the people would agree with it, it would still be a change of flow. It would still be a change. Change itself already also takes energy. And so no wonder when some figures in politics or otherwise are stepping on the stage, which are very loud and very different, and then want to also change tons of things, then of course the world will turn against them, collectively, even because people are stupid. And then it doesn't matter whether what they do is good or wrong or whatever. It is different, and we have decided to hate. And now that we have invested ourselves emotionally with all the publications that we've made, what can we do but to keep doing that, Okay, so we're turning fantasy into reality. What is the fantasy here, or what is the will here? The intention is to have this automatic reclamation system, which means that I toss something into a recycler and it will turn on while that is the case, and it will turn off when it is done. Have we achieved this? Yes, I'm loading whether the input slot is occupied, and when it is, the recycler will be on, otherwise it will not be on, because I'm just writing that very value here, and that works super fine. Now then we have the centrifuge here, and I'm saying if there is something in the input slot, the centrifuge shall be turned on, otherwise it shall be turned off. And now then I have some deeper centrifuge logic here, and I thought I got it right, but apparently I didn't. So what am I doing? I'm loading into R1 whether the centrifuge has some reagents in it, and then I'm turning this register into a 1 if there's indeed something in it, because so far that was somehow the reagent information, which I have never dealt with, so I don't really know what that means, but we have some commands in here actually for reagents. Here we go. Loads reagents of device's reagent mode. Where a hash of the reagent have to look for. Oh, that's English. Loads reagent of device's reagent mode, where a hash of the reagent type to check for. Okay, that's not right. I can screenshot this, but I'm not sure if that would... Yeah, okay. If that would fix this. Reagent mode can be either contents, 0, required, 1, or recipe. You can use either the word or the number. RMAP. Give a reagent hash. Store the corresponding prefab hash that the device expects to fulfill the reagent requirement. For example, on an autolathe, the hash for iron will store the hash for item iron ingot. Whatever. Anyway, so I'm loading the reagents, and if there are any reagents in there greater than 0, then I want that as a truth value. So there's something in there, 1. And then I'm loading into R2 whether this thing is open, and if that is 0, so it's closed, then we jump down here to closed. Then I'm loading into R3 whether the centrifuge is currently showing an error. And if that is not the case, then I skip some lines. But if that is the case, then I will just open it. So if the centrifuge is closed, but it has an error, then it means that it's full. And if it is indeed showing that error, then I will open it. And I will jump to centrifuge done, because there's nothing more they want to do here. But if there is no error and the centrifuge is closed, then I jump 1, 2, 3. And what is R0 again? R0 is saying whether slot 0 is occupied, or whether the input slot is occupied. If the input slot is greater than 0, then we're done here. Yeah, it would be good to have started with the intention, but I'm trying to read the intention. Otherwise, it would be good to actually write some comments here. R1 is there's stuff in the centrifuge. If there is no stuff in the centrifuge, then we are done. Will the centrifuge ever be closed? Yeah, when it's empty. But it is not being closed. It is open still. Why is this not being executed? Let's find... Yeah, it's actually the problem. Why is this not being executed? This will reveal some problem, and maybe it will reveal an entire stupid structuring of the source code, or it will just be a little fix, who knows. So this is the thing that is not being executed. Write batch named into the centrifuge that it shall not be open. When will this be executed? When we detect that the centrifuge is open. But there's lots of branching here. Load batch. Here's branching. Centrifuge is closed. But it's not closed. Centrifuge is open. R1 is reagents. So it's saying there's still reagents in there. Okay. And that's why I jumped down here to centrifuge done. Maybe my way of dealing with reagents is actually wrong. I mean, so far I have had only success working with this. I just loaded the reagents and then it checked, is this 0? Well, then it's empty. Otherwise it's not. I have been using this in every source code where I programmed the centrifuges. But those source codes never dealt with stuff coming from the shredder. They only dealt basically with stuff coming from deep miners. Maybe there's a case where reagents can be 0 when there's some stuff actually in the centrifuge. But if that were the case, then we would see that there's something in there. But there's not. Oh, there is something in there. Currently flashing an error. Oh, I see. Oh, that's the problem. Yeah, copy 0.5, that's the problem. Huh. Oh, that's an interesting problem. I mean, the copper cannot be sped out because it's just half a gram, and the minimum unit in Stationeers that can exist as a physical unit in the world is 1 gram. See also printing cables on the electroprinter, and then getting out the ingots. So what I should do to debug this, are we already writing something to the housing? I don't think so. What I should do, just take the untainted original reagents value and write that to the housing as db setting R1. See, we can address D0, D1, D2 and so forth, and db, that's the device, and the device here is the chip housing. And the chip housing you can look up in the Stationpedia has this value setting that many devices actually have, some catch-all, you know, this is the main setting, like for example for an LED display with numbers and such, which you make from the kit console, you want to display a number value. And so that's the primary value, so that's the setting. Yep. And if that's there's also often a mode variable. Anyway, so write the reagents to the housing. Do I have some more of that? I will just check with an internal with an external editor, because there I can search. Paste setting. Nope, there's only one setting in here, so I would now get that information. Aha, here we are seeing 0.49 something. That sounds as if that is referring to this 0.5 copper, which is rounded here. I don't know if we can just go for value, but I can just say while the value of stuff in here is greater than or equal to 0, do this thing. Currently, I'm insisting that it shall be 0, and so that's the problem, I guess. Okay, so instead of saying greater than 0 means there's stuff in it, I will say not greater than 0, but greater than 1. Greater than or equal to 1? Well, let's do that and see if we run into a problem later. So that's the problem. So what should happen now when I put the chip in? What should happen is that this thing should close. And yes, it has closed. There's nothing more that can be centrifuged. Okay, and this seems to have been the bug fix. Neat. Next up, try to find a place for this new airlock that I want to do. From behind. What? By the way, okay, we have the... this is how the station emerged. In the beginning, I made the little breathing box here, basically. You can see that down here, this 4x5 or whatever it is. Oh. Is there more in there? No. And so this was the initial airlock. Not like this, obviously. This is already upgraded as fuck. Then all that other stuff came, and then eventually I built this annex here for storing my stuff. And as you can see, it looks pretty polished. And so this has the feeling of that in this direction the actual beautiful, sophisticated part of the station could evolve. Like here we could have some, I don't know, some living quarters. There could be a door here, just a simple door, an automatic door that leads to a corridor that goes to the left and to the right, and maybe across there's another door, and that could then be the living quarters and other things. Who knows what I'll do there? Maybe a proper kitchen with an automatic oven and a packaging machine, or whatever. I don't know. And that section should eventually also have an airlock. That's where we could make that airlock. That section, though, doesn't exist yet. So that's the direction it could now go into. Let's see if we find another place reasonably. There's an airlock, and there's yet another airlock. And, well, here's another airlock. Enough airlocks on this side. Oh, there's another airlock here, which leads to the power room, which doesn't have an atmosphere. Not yet. It didn't yet deal with that. Stupidly, because the atmosphere in there is not ideal for the battery. By the way, I would like to know what the atmosphere is right now. Is it still minus 130 degrees or warm already? Wait, what? What? What the fuck? 14 degrees Celsius? I mean, good that I'm checking this. This room just had planetary atmosphere, or moon atmosphere, you know? I didn't heat this up. It was at minus 140 degrees Celsius. And now, over time, slowly with the sun shining in and the batteries being warm, maybe because they're excreting quite some waste heat, it has risen to 14 degrees. That's insane. Insane. So, I need to think about cooling in this section, man. And then there's another airlock, and across there's another airlock. So, and now I want to make another airlock. Huh. Airlock the playthrough, so to speak. Yeah, we need to think about cooling here. But okay, before I do that, let's just print a sign and write that as a note, so that
Waste tank critical.
so that I wasn't there something here? No, okay, let's just open it then, so that I don't forget it. Oh, my oxygen could use some topping up.
Air tank critical.
This guy is programmed with an active vent up there, which sucks into this pipe, which will cause some pressure. And since I have some pollutant in here, I want the liquids to leak out, which might emerge. And there will be high pressure on this pipe. This guy sucks into this guy, and it has quite some protection measures. Measures, for example, the pressure of this pipe piece here and of the canister separately. Depending on situation, uses the values that emerge from these two measurements differently. And it also checks what canister is in there. So
Hunger, caution.
if I would now take a small canister at pretty, well, what's the term? Let's just use this one, for example.
Waste tank critical.
Then it will make sure that this canister will not be overpressurized. Then I remove this canister, and this little pipe piece here will be evacuated. So if I now put my oxygen canister... Oh. Crap, I done goofed. I should have put it here, yeah, okay. I wanted to say, well, I was prevented that it will be polluted. But now I put it in my spacesuit and... Oh, I didn't breathe anything into it? Cool. So, yeah, so it was kept clean because the pipe there was evacuated. But anyway, I will now toss this one in, and this one already has high pressure. Which means that the remaining pressure here in this pipe, which is very high, is 20 megapascals almost, will then jump into this thing and will overpressurize it, yet nothing bad will happen. Because it was only for a short moment, and that moment was too short for any trouble. And I can also do this. I can also empty this canister by just opening this, by abusing this as a switch. This, by the way, can also be opened and closed with software, bim bom, to indicate, for example, that the filter is low, which I haven't yet done. Yeah, well, I don't see... Oh, right, I wanted to make some signs. Sign. Hello? Where will I see this? This is the main area, and maybe here, whenever I walk past this, or here? Too bad it doesn't fit exactly in this area. It would be like a blackboard. Oh, let's use a black part then. This is my blackboard. This little marker has to be at the bottom, and then I write on it battery room cooling. And it is rather urgent, actually. Yeah, I need to clean up some stuff here. Not now, though. So what have we learned? Tons of lights equals low frame rates. Point crosshair at something that you don't want to affect, and then you can toss into the world. Because where you toss, well, the game doesn't care as long as I'm not going directly for a slot. It will just put that where the crosshair is, which I don't like. That is an interaction that is insufficiently low when it comes to implementation. That's not good enough. should we eat something? Fries. Ah, yeah, right. I have a drinking fountain over here, and I can either click here, or like with the mouse pointer. Then, well, it's a mouth pointer because I'm pointing my mouth at this. Okay, shut up. Eat something. I already did that. This will lower my stars, right? Yeah, but it's not a problem because I have already filled up. These percentages don't go away. Only the maximum that I have available goes away. But I used that when I had it available, so... Oh, is it time again for a good track here, maybe? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, how do we make potatoes? Simple. Stick a potato in here. Then get 5 soybeans. I just basically killed my chances at seed. Not a problem, we have enough. Then I would stick that into the reagent processor, turn it on, and realize that this is not right. Good thing that I didn't turn it on first. So this actually decays when it's in there. Good to know. And then we click here 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. French fries. It's a primitive greenhouse, but it does get the job done. Airlock, airlock, airlock. So I haven't found a place where to put this experimental airlock that I want to make. But this experimental airlock that I want to make will be, or would be, if it really works, very sophisticated. And that kind of means we should maybe make an area of the station where that is justified to exist. So we should lay the foundation here, like I said, a corridor and then some rooms. So just, you know. And then at the end of that, yeah, and then at the end of that, maybe in that direction, an airlock. Or in this direction? Well, I think I have enough options now to go in this direction. I have 3 airlocks here, and the airlock on this side requires me to go through yet another one. So maybe it's good to have an airlock on that side, actually. And I could actually do it like this. I could have the corridor here. Straight across we have a door. That door will be an antechamber to the actual airlock, where we can also put the spacesuit on a stand, which will then also be refilled automatically, which is an option which you can do. And I have never done that myself, never built that, because of all the gas stuff shenanigans that are involved. It's just so much overhead. But this time, for this playthrough, I'm here for the overhead, man. So let's build a foundation. And then try to get the airlock quickly, because I really want to get to that part, to test out if that works. 30 frames or some more? Yeah, let's take some more frames. And then we need to weld them. With frames that with steel sheets that I don't have. Or do I? Oh, I do. And that's the first step, I guess. Yeah. Check batteries, because the welder will certainly be asked to do stuff now. And while we're at it, check the other batteries. Ah, damn. Oh, okay. Oh, no other batteries available. Sad face. Did I just walk against something? Against something here? This maybe, but here? I don't know. Oh, by the way, jetpack, how full is it? Well, not as full as it could be, and we of course use oxygen on this moon, which has so much of
Jetpack
it.
critical.
Done and done. This battery never discharges. You might say, well, I'm seeing it discharge. It's the code that discharges. It's the laptop itself doesn't discharge it. And I do not need the laptop now. I should print a computer, because we have the IC10, we have the motherboard. The only thing missing between those is a computer.
Power low.
And an IC10 maybe, and a housing, but housing is optional. It could be a atmospherics unit. Oh. Computer. More copper, please. Well, and then I think we can actually start building. Yeah. Oh, I forgot my jetpack. Not that I will need it. I could actually... Let's think. I mean, this is definitely not yet wrong. See, there could be a path here, a corridor, you know, enclosed corridor. And here too, still. This would allow me to build some airlock here later, or right away maybe. And then we have another path like this here. And then the actual broomy stuff begins, you know. I'm not sure though. I think this feels so homely and complete that we should not have in between the feeling that there is suddenly the planet. This should be really the indoor space. So let's have the corridor here. How long will it be? I don't know yet. I think I should make it rather long. That's what she, of course, also proclaimed to be having the intention of doing, and then she succeeded because she usually does. Yeah. Now with that wisdom that you didn't have before, so thank you. No, you're welcome. Here goes the corridor. And how far do we stretch over here? I would say to the ends of this earth. To the ends of this, because then it can expand that wind facility for a little bit further, maybe here or maybe here. And the station will then go here, and you look out the window, you see the wind park, and from the top, which I cannot demonstrate because I currently don't have a jetpack, I could... where's the suit? It will still look like kind of a rectangular shut up
Temperature critical.
layout.
Temperature low.
Sorry, I have something in my throat. Whatever that may be. I don't have enough steel frames, man. So that's something we need to print. So the age of abundance has begun, like I proclaimed about 3 episodes ago, but we're not yet fully in it. And for that, I should then, before I actually go deeper into building this complex, make the deep miner facility. Yep, that's the place. Oh, so welded then. Well, well, well. So stage fright. What you will feel then is the multiple pathways that are basically open to you, but are they open? They are potentially there, but there are these free wills, these perceivers in front of you, who are very dynamic and alive, and whose individual and collective decision will basically decide if you will be invited again for that open mic night, or for if your gig will be booked again, or what your career will be, and so forth. All of that plays a role there. Yeah. And that's what you will feel directly as energy, and that's called stage fright. Of course, people will say that's just psychological, but well, it's not. First of all. Second, yes, there might also be just some psychology involved. But third of all, and that's the most important one, should have named it first, it's mankind just doesn't have any clue just how close to the infrastructure of the physical cosmos their mind really is. They deem themselves just these fleshy things, and out there's the universe and so forth. Dude, you're directly in touch with that, and you can dig towards it. But don't forget, you're but a small passenger in a ginormous machine, and that machine is your body. And if you use that wrong, if you, well, open yourself up to that too much, you will experience that that you shouldn't have done so. I mean, this is too powerful. You should not, you know, you have to slowly get there. The universe requires wisdom, intelligence, balance. You need to be able to quiet yourself. You need to be able to be humble. Actual humility. Yeah. Can you do that? Of course you can do that to some degree, but to what degree can you go? Can you kneel before something that you cannot see and mean it? I have done that. Steel frames. Should I spray paint this? How much steel do we have? Here we have 9 grams. Ha ha ha, hee hee, and ho. How did this happen? How much steel do I have in the devices? 300 grams. 400 grams. 9 grams. Instagram. So. Some silver. How do I deal with this chaos, by the way? I could place a hopper here. And then funnel that all into a system that will use the robot arm. Oh, by the way, let me show you something. Let's make this episode even more thrilling. I don't know yet what I'm doing, but I'm currently dabbling in rockets because a new part is in the Stationpedia already, which is the crew module? Yeah, structure crew module. That will be part of a rocket. It doesn't quite exist yet, and I cannot spawn it with, by no means, it's not possible. Let's click here and say thing spawn, and then it says unable to find blah blah blah. It doesn't work, you know. But it's brand new, and because the developers are, as it looks like in the beta, indeed currently implementing that orbital stuff where you fly up there and then you can build your orbital station, and that will be simulated just like a planetary station simultaneously at the same time. That itself is not new. They have been having that working for this whole year, or was it 2 years? I think this whole year. I'm not entirely sure, but pretty long already. So if I want to give you the news of that and show that, I guess I have to fly there. And I'm trying to make a rocket here, and I guess I'm doing it very wrong. But, I mean, I'm just starting out with this stuff, so... But that's not actually the topic. The topic was the hopper and what I could then do possibly with the Larry. You know, the linear articulated rail entity, you know, the robot arm. Because I got a nice idea. When we have deep miners, we have to drive there with a rover. And we need to pick up all that stuff, ideally from a, what's the word? From a silo, you know, so you open the silo and then 500 grams ingot falls to the ground, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Or maybe if it's something that cannot even be melted, then then what do you do then, you know? And I found a solution that you will all appreciate, and I want to make a video about that. But maybe, I mean, it's not a banger solution, but it's still a big improvement. And that improvement is, if you actually go so far as to make sure that whatever your deep miner facility produces with a silo, with a buffer silo like this or not, if you make sure that all of that stuff will automatically be put in a locker, then oh, what's it doing? Yeah, well, I still have to work on the code. If you do that, then it can do the following. You can just drag from the locker with a new key combination that we have. Setting. Oh, too bad it cannot continue while I'm in here, huh? Okay. Controls. Here we go. Move all of type and move all. I mean, you have different keys for that. I, of course, reconfigured mine. By the way, I have a German keyboard, so this key is right, it's slightly, it's above the left Alt key, diagonally to the left, above the left Alt key for me, and directly above the left Alt key is X. So we can use these keys to just drag everything of this type, or everything period, I will not use the type drag, over here. And so we could then just fill our tummies of backpacks or whatever that implementation would be, by just using this one dragging gesture. And that's I think a pretty banger idea, because the alternative is that you have this thing lying on the ground and you put it into your backpack and into your backpack and into your backpack, because we have an unloader in the game, but we do not have a loader in the game. We do not have a thing that will put something into our backpacks. But with this solution, it doesn't matter. Nice, huh? And here we have 100,000 watts, of course. When I'm going creative, I'm going crazyative. Here we have some water for whatever decorative reason. And here's the back door, which you have already seen. So much for that. Here we go. But how to proceed exactly? Should I make this in sections, as in build the corridor now and then make it hot somehow? Maybe just by burning some volatiles, that would be fine, as long as I clean the air. That would be a good opportunity for me to get rid of the dirt that is in the portable scrubber. And, I mean, where would the airlock be, you know? Would it be right over there, or will there also be this antechamber thing? Do I first have to build the antechamber? That's basically the question. Good question. I still have a few lines free in that airlock code. I could actually have two doors, you know? It could be a door here and a door to the side, to this antechamber thing, which also has just a normal door here to the station. And the outer door, of course, which could be actually a wide airlock door. How does the airlock door work, by the way? Airlock. kit, airlock, and then we can take both of these, doesn't matter. And then we have what? The mode logic. Okay, it seems to be the exact same thing with the setting and so forth. Let's just assume that. I would need like 10 more lines for the button logic if I have 2 more doors slash this door in there. Not sure. I mean, some antechamber room kind of thing would be necessary anyway, because I need to keep the tanks somewhere with the station atmosphere. Somewhere, you know. So that would be a door here that opens towards... Maybe that should actually not be a door. There should be a wall here and a wall here, and they can walk in there, and then there's a door to the airlock. Would there be a tiny airlock with only one, or should the entire antechamber be the airlock? I mean, that's a possibility. I mean, it feels a bit risky to strip yourself of your spacesuit inside the airlock, which is what that would be. And I think that's not safe. We shouldn't do that. Tricky. Decisions. Well, let's make some more raw materials, go out there, and then be, I don't know, dynamic, creative, wing it. A flat wall, we have 30 here. That's also needed. Definitely will be some windows. More walls, that I cannot carry those now. Do we have more steel sheets? No. So I should bring some more, huh? Oh, yes, I haven't yet automated the indoor lighting at all. Maybe I should. I mean, this indoor lighting. And why have I not done so? Well, the idea was to go away from the station, and then this thing would kick distance-wise. What setting have I chosen? 50 meters, and would turn off all the lights in the station. But how about I just go dynamic, like I'm already doing? This one turns on and off. This one turns on and off. Just whenever I enter a room. Like here, also. That would make it easier, because otherwise I would be affecting these lights and these lights. Do they have a name? Greenhouse light, yep. So I would have to give all of these a name. Anyway, to, you know, so... I'm not sure really how to deal with that. Give it to me. Give it to me straight. I think since it's indoor, maybe it should feel a bit more indoorsy and should have actual ceilings instead of everything being glass. And maybe I should actually have these cushioned kind of walls here. It's a bit weird to walk here and then you see this the whole time. I mean, maybe this wall should already be one that is not glass anymore, you know? Which I think we can even do. Or can't we? Oh, I have no the walls are only on the outside. Oh. That can be solved, of course. Crap, if I only had a place right now to do the airlock, because I would like to really see that already in action. Okay, let's focus on that then. Here would be the corridor, and these things can be fixed. Then there would be a door here possibly to the airlock. And then there would be the antechamber of the airlock, which is a room that has a wall here for whatever designer reason. So I go in here, then we have here the antechamber. this is where the tanks would be for the airlock stuffs. And the airlock could be here. Like I walk in here, this is the antechamber. And then this is the airlock around the corner. So, I mean, so that you're really guided, go here, do the suit thing, wear your fucking suit, and then where was the airlock? Oh, right there. See, that's good user guidance also, I think. And then we would have some outside platform to walk on. So that would be around the corner airlock. The space-saving kind. Okay, decision made. Oh, I forgot my jetpack again. Yeah, let's build some first. I would like to turn off the alerts, but I mean, I have so many building materials with me. I don't have doors with me, though. Well, let's just make an inside wall, then. Inside wall. And then I make an outside wall, too, and that will be the one that looks like the alien corridor stuffs with the lights at the top and the bottom and such. I guess maybe. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, microphone, can you hear me? What should these look like? No, that's not actually what I wanted. Or did I? It just looks random. That's exactly wrong. Yes, I was thinking about making it 2 stories high, but I just realized it's better like this, because it gives some kind of claustrophobic feeling, and that's good, because we're entering an airlock. The airlock is here, and that's good to play with that mood a bit. Yep. Ceiling. Well, I think maybe we should have glass walls here? Or should it all be dark and closed? The ceiling should be closed, yeah. I'm not sure yet how. I mean, there's not so many choices here. Could maybe let's look into the wall options for a second again. So we have these ones with the panels. I think that would be a nice ceiling cat here for this one. So the wall small panels is I would like to print. Wall padding is for the corridor. Wall plating. Let's see, wall plating. Kit flat wall. Oh, the flat wall has these. Ah, okay, yeah. And then there are these ones. Could actually be put on the ceiling here. But no, this feels too decorative for such a purpose. And then we have the arch walls. That may actually serve this room well, Because of this idea of separation. On the left side we have this thing that is being done, on the right side the other. So here you go over here to do this, you go over there to do that. These are work steps that you have to perform before leaving the station. So I want to print some arch walls, I guess. Kit arch wall. And bring some flat walls. Anything lying around here? No. But it could. I mean, that looks like it's a green light over there, the weather station. Yep. So we can just leave that here. And that's why you have these warning systems, right? So that we know. Oh, stupid. And finally, the stupid alarm is over. I think I do have flat walls. How many might I have? Six. That's not too many. Geometric walls, nice, but I don't want them right now. Oh, what's that? Flat wall! Oh, hello! 7. Yeah, that's enough for now. Make some more flat ones. And now I'm curious, has the battery room heated up further? It has. 14 degrees is not 20 degrees. These batteries have a lot of waste heat, so that is a thing. The night will be a bit more friendly because the sun is not also adding to it, but it's really the batteries that are doing this. What's this? Solar panel. Huh. Wait, I have steel frames here? One. Oh right, the steel frame that I used to stack the batteries, which is no longer legitimately possible in Stationeers. So I just place a frame and inside of them I can stack them still, because that counts as on a frame! You know? We need to make that advanced furnace room. They all look the same, that's helpful. Uh-huh. It also makes for a nice corridor. So you get stopped all the time. And it's kind of the idea here. Yeah. I guess I want to replace this wall and this wall with these guys. Or maybe all three of them. Maybe all three walls. Yeah. Well, let's do that. And the arrow, should I use that? I should use it in the first two cases. And the third one? On all three? I mean, why does this one exist? It seems so very... Well, we had a little shade of grey here, and so that we added another asset to the game's repository and to your list of things that you can print, and... it seems a bit... underwhelming. This one little difference. Unfortunate that everything looks the same in item form. That is yet another reason why Stationeers is just very hard to get into, because I mean, I'm currently what I'm doing is I'm coping. I am coping, and I'm not saying, well, cope. I mean, what I'm saying is I'm trying to make do with what I'm given, which is not much. Of course, the game is glorious. I know. Man. Oh. Really? That's what you're fucking telling me? Shit. Z fighting. Ah. That's annoying. Screenshot. How can we solve this? I can change these walls or put something in the corner so it is no longer visible, but I guess the former is the only practical solution. Should I use these same walls? That might solve it. And on this side then? I don't know. I mean, maybe I will run into the same problem. What wall do I want here? This one basically, so... Shit, man, I'm out of luck. Okay, how about then this is the spacesuit thing and this will just be a normal wall. Then we won't have the Z fighting, neither hither nor thither. Huh. Could you tell which is which? No. Arch wall looks the same as this wall. They all look the same. Come on, man. Do something. Work on your shit. Yeah, we wanted to add something new. We want the old shit to be good because that's why we're with the game. We're with the game for the potential, but primarily for all the realized potential. And we're staying with it regardless of the pain that the realized potential still has. Composite wall. Should I make that symmetrical? And this will just be a simple type 1 wall. Vertical or horizontal? Horizontal, like the rest. And here we could have an airlock to see the, a glass window to see the airlock from the outside. And here, of course, is the door. Okay. Yep. Now the ceiling, I was thinking about the flat wall, which has some build variants. Like this? No, not so much. Or should there be a first floor to this thing? I mean, there could be some ladder here where I go up, and up there will then be the tanks in case if I do have to do some maintenance. That seems like a very... I think that has very strong vibes. And strong vibes? That's one of the reasons why we're here, right? I mean, if we find any vibes, I mean. Maybe I should do this. To have those tanks in the first floor. Huh. Yeah, let's try that at least. Obviously we will need lighting in here. So, large panel that has screws in the corners. Large panel arrow, that's this tiny red arrow that's pointing in some direction, which is not visible here, I think. Nope. That's once again crappy. It needs to be fixed. And when will I ever do that? Ever. 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 Wall plating. Small panels and hatch. Let's see what plating looks like. For that we need this thing. Steel sheet, oh, no, that's not the one I want here. What just happened? Small panels and hatch. What? I mean, I don't want a hatch here, but I know the small panels are what I want, I think. The hatch cannot be opened, right? That could be something where you... If the pipe... Well, a pipe can be placed here and yeah, that could exactly be a pipe location, where you could have some pipe coming through the ceiling, as if that's... You know? So I could do this, rotate it so that the hatch is here. This ladder thing could be here. And that sounds like a plan. And then these two thingies here would attach to those two thingies there. Let's do that then. Interesting that this guy doesn't need any... Oh, it does? What? What's happening? Oh, I just built the wrong one. Okay, never mind. Stupid me. There is the thing. What? There. Screenshot, because that is a bug. That needs its steel sheet. I think so. Okay. Small panels and hatch. Yep. And then this one. Yep. Okay, and now for the rest. Should I use the two-tone or the simple one? I mean, simple one means less visual clutter, but maybe it feels meaningful if it's different. Where are the flat walls? So let's see if it does. Small panels open. Just use that one. Wait, actually, did I? Yeah, here. For whatever reason, we have this rectangle up there which doesn't belong. It's not actually in there. Or is it? I'm overlooking something. No, indeed. So the this one is wrong. I mean, this build ghost is wrong because there is no... This kind of thing is not there. Why does it look like it has such a thing then? So let's try the two-tone. and the monotone. What? There's a two-tone here? Are you serious? No, wait, what? This is the two-tone one. This is the two-tone one. I can't distinguish them, man. They look the same. They look exactly the same. Screenshot. Okay, let's use the individual tone. Oh no, actually let's leave them in. If they look the same, leave them in. So the day they fix this bug, I will see it. And I can still change them. Yeah, that's good. Next step, ceiling is in. A ladder would not be so wrong. Then a first floor, which needs, well, a floor. And this needs a floor too. But I guess I will just go for flat, a wall that looks flat. Except here maybe. Can I just mirror this? The rest could be flat. What? Well, this should just be a dark little room. With lights, of course, but I mean completely enclosed, no windows whatsoever. What kind of wall do we need? This one. Ceiling? Not sure. Arch wall is a ceiling. That would be something. Huh. No. Just a flat wall then? Like these ones? Oh, what should I use? Okay, we need outer walls too, as the sun is shining in, and that would indeed effectively block it. As far as I know. I've experienced that too, yes. The tanks would be here. From here. Oh, right. Maybe I should use different floor plating here to reflect the lower side of this. What's on the ground. On the first ground floor. For that we need not the flat wall. Actually, yeah, we do need the flat wall. hatch. Yep. That looks good. The floor here, I would say flat walls, plain simple. I don't have enough of these. Oops. What? Not sure what just happened there.
Power low.
Okay, let's pick up all the crap that we have here. There's a kit wall. Do we have more kit's wall here? Yep, we do. Arched wall. Flat wall. Steel frames, which are not ultimately needed right now. So let's bring those indoors. Maybe I should leave the lights here, because I need lights, man. This calls for a battery room kind of style light. Here, for example. I mean, whatever. The words kind of make sense, but the sentence doesn't. Like this, so I could reach the battery from below to put it in if there's no power before I enter the room in which I need the power. Not dumb. And some more light in this room then? Depends. For now, let's just use one. So here's my corridor. Here is my door that I can open. Or that opens automatically? How can it open automatically? I mean, see, that's why some kind of entrance field, which I don't have now, would have made sense. But actually I can have one now. This is the section. I enter here. This opens this door. Then I'm in this room. Now the door is still held open, which makes this room a bit more cramped than it should be, and kind of speaks against the concept. And back here I have these... Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. I want to put a wall here now. No, I don't. So no automatic door then. Or maybe an automatic door that utilizes a distance sensor. So I just walk here, nothing's happening. Or maybe an automatic door that utilizes my orientation, but that is only possible if the if I'm wearing the advanced spacesuit. And that's a bit much asked, that the automatic door only works when you're wearing a spacesuit. When you're trying to get in here to put on a spacesuit to get out to this world. Yeah. Okay. Nothing's buried. Yeah, the airlock will need a lot of building. I guess I'm not gonna put a floor in there just yet. Yeah, and what about the ceiling of the airlock? I mean, there will be a door here, of course, there will be a door here. What about this? Will this be glass? Should be glass, so I can see what I'm getting myself into. But on every side? I mean, there will also be large powered vents. One will be here, I would say. So that would stick out the wall here, I guess. That's not wrong. That communicates where you're heading. That is a machine-ish room and where the actual airlock itself is. So this could be open, this could be glass. And this could also be... This could actually be a glass door here. This then would have to be a composite door telling you that you're now entering the airlock. Okay, then let's put a glass wall here. wonder, should it be on the outside? Yeah, airlock needs a lot of construction. And the ceiling? What about that? Oh, well, that will be occupied. I'm not going to be able to look through it anyway. So that could be a flat wall then? Or something else? It will be seen from the outside. Don't know what outer walls to put on this guy yet. I mean, for simplicity, I could just go for a flat wall. But I don't want to. That would mirror this wall. And on that side, oh, let's just do the same. And up here, I don't know, maybe the same. I'm out of walls. Oh. Really out of plastic sheets? Steel sheets could actually stay here. Okay, let's resume constructions. Or rather, continue. What pressure setting do I have in my spacesuit? 101. Maybe I want to lower that. Because the room that I find myself in has lower pressure anyway, so that would be a bit weird to have that pressure change experience the whole time. Too bad that's not implemented by the game yet, but alright. Let's say 80. We don't need the frames. We do need some more walls. Kit wall, good. The arch wall is not needed any longer. Some more flat walls would be helpful, and some more plastic sheets, of course. Yep. Yeah, at some point we might have a station here where I just walk through some kind of corridor and then there's a display on a wall that is saying plastic sheets, and I just hit that button and then we'll make a full stack of plastic sheets and be done with it. Or something that always keeps the plastic sheets stocked up. That's also possible. What do I need now? I need flat wall, flat wall. Flat wall. Nice to see how long the food holds now. I mean, the French fries are really the kicker. Which I will have again actually later today. A bit annoying the drinking fountain is not in here. But it's just a mental problem. I think this room equals eating. Yeah, it does. Should I maybe put a little locker here with some French fries that I can just eat then on the way? I do have a locker still, don't I? I do. It's not perfect, but it gets the job done. Plastic sheets, I have enough. Steel sheets, though. Now, let's make a bunch of French fries, I would say, huh? Oh, I forgot to replant. Soybean seeds. Okay. Here we have one. Okay, I forgot the same thing again. Stupid. Soybean seeds go there. Now we have 3 in here. It needs to be 5. But good to know that there's now a use that I have. Now I have the motivation, the drive to... the motivation to have soybeans, actually. So far I was just put that food... but now I could actually make a proper greenhouse with more soybeans, automatic harvesting and all that stuff. I mean, when I say now, I mean at some point in the future. Could make 2 doors. Could bring some powered vents. I'm sure I have them. Yeah, what we have there is possibly this reflection shader surface kind of thing on top of another surface with basically 0 distance, or almost 0 distance, and so we get this Z fighting. And the further away we get, the more rounding problems we get when it comes to the floating point logic or whatever. And so they would seem like the same plane, and so we get Z fighting. Maybe that's what's happening. 5 powered vents. I will need 1, 2, 3, 4. I like this track. Doors. Three of them. 1 for the general section and 2 for the airlock. So no actual airlock door? Well, I'll have to rethink that. Well, let's just make 3 and see what happens. And also, yeah, let's print an airlock door. Or 2 of them. Doesn't hurt. Oh, that's the wrong one? Alright. That is done with the outpost printer, and I disagree with that. There are other doors I know that are also made here, but that should not be the case. This other, the autolathe is kind of the structure printer. $5 gold. Need more gold. Wow, this takes a while. Give it to me, I want to see it. So here we have 1, and the wider one needs how many kits? Need more. More kit is not quite the information I was hoping for. But I was hoping for the actual number. Aha, now I don't need more of this kit. Okay. Maybe I should bring some frames too, if I have the space. Which I do not. Yeah, whatever, let's just go twice then.
Pressure critical.
Yeah.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Should have brought the work light. With which hand though? Nice. Making things. Stationeers. So the little door opens to room that, well, that could be, I'm not sure. Yeah, let's make a bigger one, because with the source code and all that. Okay. Don't have any frames with me. Could have brought frames though. No, that's not right. That's in the corridor. In the corridor I use different materials. Flat wall, this stuff, that stuff. Yeah. We need frames, yeah. And the building light. Where did I stash that? Is it out there maybe? I don't remember where I put it. Crap. Anyway, we need frames. Oh, there it is. Glorious, I just left it on this whole time. Why? Forgot to bring a ladder. Okay, so the plan is there will be a small-ish door here. That could be a glass door actually, but I think a composite door is better. Because then we can express danger. This is the airlock. You don't want to be in here, blah 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 blah. Okay, so the inside, depends on where the chip is, and I think the chip should be here, and maybe the computer to program it too. Yeah. And then here we have a room that should be 2 by 2, I guess. Or actually more, the airlock will be 2 slots, but it has very wide, well, doors. Where are the airlock? Where is the airlock? There we go. we can see here that the door will be wide, but the ears of the door, whatever I should call them, are wider. So this is where the airlock door would be. I don't think this has any use here, this wall. Should there be windows here? Depends, I mean there will be more house, more building over there, which might just obstruct the view, and maybe it will be right up behind this wall. I think there should be windows now. How do you complete the airlock? What's missing? What do we need? Welding torch, 10 steel sheets. Crowbar and 8 plastic sheets. Floor welding. So corridor here, and there could also be a room here, a small one, some maintenance, whatever. Then we can leave that space open. And I should have a front porch kind of thing. What just happened? That's just ridiculous, goddammit.
Filter low.
Nah, it should be a small-ish room. So some walls then. Flat wall or wall? This is kit wall, and this is also kit wall. I don't have enough kit wall with me again. God damn it. Yeah, who would have expected that this little airlock code experiments that I wanted to do will now take all of this? But that's Stationeers, and that's what we love about it, don't we? And this is the one thing that we love. Everything else is shit. This thing, though, we do love. By the way, we can use some flat walls here to mask the wide earlobes of the airlock. Because then it looks like this. Like God intended. Maybe let's complete this door, which requires this. And glass. Glass, 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 glass. Inner walls. And the ceiling. What should that look like? Well, I will need to place the active vents somewhere. Where will I place them? I know they can reach very far into the room. Actually, I'd like to know how do they work? Let's say we have a large powered vent on this ground pointing into the air. I think it sucks, of course, from this square, from this box, and also from this one. Will it also suck from the next one? And what about the sides? I think it also sucks from the sides. So it would make more sense to place two of them here, one for input, one for output, so they could affect the room deeply. Or is it more like this? I don't know. But I think if you're entering here and you see these guys on the other side of the hall, then you will know what's up. And that's a good way. That's a good thing. Don't go in there unless you're wearing your spacesuit. Okay, doesn't matter. I mean, I should have used the other kind of wall on the outside rather, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Didn't bring the electronic parts that I need right now. What about cables then? What cable color should I use in this section? Also, how do I get the power? I mean, this was pretty easy. Was just coming from there. And that's directly adjacent. And for whatever reason I used that power. But this over here is like main station territory. Here we should take the power from the battery room, which is here. And maybe the battery room should actually have, instead of this locker, which is pretty useless, a way to enter this room here, could be an airlock, could be whatever, that leads to the station. Which would then also make it reasonable to let a cable come from there. And there could be more rooms here. It's not just a corridor, there would be an entire area here, I guess. Oh, yeah, right, this makes sense. This is how we enter here. Where will the door be? The door is here. Door. Did I bring two? Well, right, I placed one already. Makes sense. This will be a glass door, I think. Or not? Or should it be an interior door? But I mean, no. This is leading towards the outside. So it basically smells already like, yeah, careful, it's outside, we need to be able to shut it. Could also be a manual hatch, but manual hatches are dangerous. If you close that thing and it's in motion, you're standing there between the frame and the hatch, yeah, get ready to buy a new spacesuit. Really. Or a composite door. Nah, composite door looks too, yeah, this is now entering a dangerous chamber. No, that's not quite where we're at yet, so glass door. Then there will be walls here. I don't know what they will look like yet, or whether there will be outside walls or whatever. So we'll just go for flat ones, we can replace them later. And believe you me, I will do that if I get to it. What? Oh. Little misinterpretation. airlock. The computer should be here, I would say, because... Oh, should the computer be in the first floor? No, first floor is cable and assembly and so forth. Or should the logic be in the first... I don't know. Tricky. I mean, this room will also have its purpose. But I guess the first floor will mostly be gas stuff, because this here, the suit stand thing, if I pull that off, will also need its own... Its stuff up there, not just the tanks for the airlock. Sucks that these things are over here, but then we will have a pipe going through the entire room, and that's also nice. Makes me wonder, should I put the entire tank stuff right in this room? Like, this is for the indoors, then we have a pipe here, and that goes to some tank. Makes the airlock look more technical. So what is this floor good for then? Well, if this here will be the suit stand, it will need some technology stuffs. So they would be up here. Yeah. Not useless. Can I open this airlock with the crowbar? Yep. Okay, here would be a pipe, non-insulated, yes, to a passive vent. And here we'd have a pipe indoors, insulated, yes, because I cannot let the stored gases in this get cold when the door is open. That doesn't fly. So, what's the next step? What is the next step? We'll get more materials and finish the stuff. Do I possibly have inline tanks and such here? Okay, we have insulated gas pipe, that's good. I need those. We have pipe utility liquid, that's not needed. Ah, here's the advanced furnace. Insulated pipe utility gas, 3. That's not enough, but it's a start. Need more pipe utilities. Ran out of walls, so let's make some more of those. That and flat one maybe. Then we would also need a passive vent. Do I really not have passive vents lying around, man? Such an easy thing to not have. No, indeed not. Crap! And I would also need a pipe analyzer. Yep. Also have to do the math. How many of these tanks do we even need? cooling system. Currently inactive. And then we need a passive vent. Also need some non-insulated pipes, I think. How many? Let's just make some... how much iron do I have? Not too much. Actually, I do have too much iron. Yeah, I should actually get some iron indoors. Too many things at once. Aha. Was a good idea with the grey. Subtle but outstanding. Network analyzer. Furnace is empty, okay. If this thing could detect whether it's in the inventory and then automatically turn off, that would be cool. So how much do we have? 6 iron ingots, all of them 500. 6 of them. So much.
Hunger caution.
Ah. The door. I don't think I need the extra door. Should have left some materials inside. Outside, I mean. I should just leave the stupid flat walls here. It's only 3 anyway. If I miss them, well then I'm just missing them faster now. I don't know yet what color they will get. That is for later. What? Oh yeah. Forgot the electronic parts. Kit wall. 11. Maybe I should think about power next, then we will also have some light here. Yep. Should I have a transformer here for that section and then pipe from here to that section? Or should I pipe from here to that section and then put transformers there? I would say the latter, because it can't be that that everything is coming from here. For that room, for this room, for that room. That would be such an unnecessary shit ton of cables. Instead, this frontal network that I have here, that leads into that thing there, for example, this very thing should also go out there. So I need heavy cables. Bunch of them. This is the front. And the last one, that makes the most sense actually. I mean, I want to have more ones on this side, but I don't have that yet, but here I do. So it's reasonable to just build on that. I don't know if it makes sense to go above the buildings, because that would imply that the building will not ever go there. But that's beyond my capacity to plan ahead, and so we'll just run into the problem when it happens. Could have a small battery room over there also with like 4 batteries which are buffered or which are protected from sucking too much by having a transformer there with 50 kilowatts. So we will have some, I mean, if push comes to shove, that part of the station will not be completely naked. So some little electrics room over here for spreading, and they will have multiple transformers. And maybe even signs on the wall telling us what this is. And that would go then into a battery. And so this would not be the entrance door, but it would be the back side of a battery. Actually, that's not true. It would be a transformer would be here. Yep. Huh. Need more heavy cables, need a large transformer, and need some batteries. Just do it. I guess the main problem with anyone now not enjoying this would be, probably the expectation. Hey, you want to do this thing, now you're doing that thing. Well, it's Stationeers. There's always a fractal connected to the things that you want to do. And that's why we love it so much. That's the one reason. That, for other reasons, it's complete shit. Dioxide. Can we afford to make a battery? We would need some gold for that. Just one battery for now. Good. Now, heavy cables. We have heavy cables. And we need a small transformer too, after the battery. And there it was again. I mean, at the beginning of this episode, I hope that wasn't one of my other attempts, but I think it was, this one. I was printing something and I was talking like, hey, Was there just some dropout? Did it just pause for a moment there? And I think we have experienced it multiple times since. And just again right here, where I'm sorry, where this thing would not make its printing sound for a moment. Is that a thing? Steel frames. I could indeed print a few more of those. I mean, you always need some steel frames. Foundation, foundation, foundation. What's that? Kit wall. More kit wall. Do I have some of those on me? No. Steel frame. That would make 90. That's a little much. But I have a crap ton of steel here. 500 grams still. And the other manufacturers are also very full with it. And I can easily make a ton more steel. So if I accidentally forget this, not a problem. What? Are we done? Small transformer. Okay. Yeah, looking good. And the music needs to change, yeah, I realize. Why is all of this welded shut and this one is not? Okay, these need to be welded shut. Or no longer maybe, because for the airlock. But now we have walls inside, so that would no longer be necessary. Yeah, anyway. Any storm? Nope. I need more steel sheets. Interesting, I just lost orientation. That's nice. It's nice when the station gets so complex that you're wondering, where am I? I may have some sheets lying around here. I don't. Whoa, that's pretty extreme. So let's just make a shit ton of steel sheets. The automatic door has a little bit of a Doom feeling. The sounds, I mean. No, sheets. $28, whoa. Doesn't work. The bug is supposedly fixed. It should tell you in the tooltip now that your spawn is assigned, but that doesn't work for me. I also made a new one of all build types. Maybe that was even in the episode, I don't remember. And no, it doesn't work. I wonder if I should just keep it printing, because I will need those. Yeah, let's print it. Print it, baby.
Oxygen low. Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
where would be the entrance to that room? Depends on what will be in the middle. I don't know yet, so I will just pull this over to this side a little. This will be the entrance. How big will it be? Relatively small. 3 by 2, maybe? Actually, no. 3 by 3. Because it should spread power in all directions, and for that we might need quite some space. Oh. Should have brought some power. Did I not bring the large transformer? What? Where's the large transformer? My god. Input. Transformer large. Quite the beast. $50,000 and this goes into a stack of batteries here. Only one for now. This is too close. This is actually an interesting way to place them. Instead of doing this, where it would be pointed into the center of the room. What about this? Some kind of maintenance-ish placement. Can walk around it. And it's only for, it's only, I don't know. No, let's not do it like this. How many could I place here if I go to the very corner? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stacks. That's a bunch. I don't plan on doing this, but it's not wrong to be prepared. So getting power. So now we need a transformer that would power this section. I have one, coincidentally. There it is. And will I put that here? Well, this is the power room, so that would make sense. Could place it on the wall, could place it on the floor, I'm not sure yet. Door is here, you enter here, and then... yeah. I really don't know yet. But I'm going for minimum space use. You have to print it mirrored. Aha, the battery is full. That was fast. And that tells us what? This tells us the battery is losing power. To what? To the cold. I think that's the logic, right? Did they fix it now? Because I did tests with this stuff, I mean, like a year ago on the moon. Oh, and I think even also on Europa, where as long as there was not a room around it, the battery would not lose any power. Coincidentally, we have the configuration cartridge, so we can take a look whether it's losing power. The charge is still maximum. So I have no clue why the transformer just kicked in there, but maybe it's just a timing issue. Just wait a little longer. And maybe not quite connect the cable yet. Will there be a door here with electric thingies? I'm not sure. Maybe an interior door, which will also allow this room, which will produce some thermal energy, to bleed into the station, instead of having some extra cooling here or whatever. Which reminds me, this door over here is not the best idea. Yeah, maybe I can just devise some central air or central cooling solution, which I have done. Here is my old Europa station, and when I say old, I mean... Haha. Why am I showing you this? Because here we have a heating room. And it would be nice to have such a thing as a greater cube, like 2x2, inside a room at the center of the room, like a kind of reactor thing, whose purpose is just to produce heat. And we'll then get that into these pipes, which then heat up the room. Look here, 23 degrees. And then it's heating up. So much so that the cooling is kicking in also. Yep. And that's some kind of thing I'm thinking about for this new station, some central air kind of thing. For cooling and heating. Anyway.
Pressure critical.
Back in business. So what door here? I don't know yet. Maybe I really don't know yet. Could let it point to the outside, of course. That's a solution. Yeah, just do it, and we can adapt it later. So apparently, this thing just kicks in willy-nilly, randomly or whatever. Okay. That would then be airlock power. Oh. Maybe I should already bring some battery chargers. Also should print some batteries. Oh. Motherfucker. $43. Yeah. Oh, just how many have you printed? Oh, that's an interesting bug. So if you load back in, it doesn't really print properly? Sad face. Yeah, I would like to drag from here into that stack, but that doesn't fly. Not lucky, god damn it. Yeah, that kind of flies. What did I want to do again, man? So many things on my mind. Batteries. How are we doing? Driving towards fruiting. Why do I always turn the damn light on, man? That looks funny. There should be an oil patch down there on the floor. Crap, need more gold. I'm sure that I have gold. Indeed I do. So all that battery charging is actually leaving us with brownouts. Interesting. And that arc furnacing, that's just too much. One gram? No. Wait, what am I doing? This is productive. Come on, brownout, brownout, you know you want it. Come on, give it to me, baby. A brownout. Here we go, thank you for the gold. Any more batteries to swap? Yep. And now I would like this. Brownout. Caused by this guy, or rather made sure by this guy. Two? This is how quick we can print two of these, okay? I'm sure we can find some modicum of use for that. Yep, keep having... I mean, when the light goes out here, that's a brownout. And I think we should see a new one right soon. No? Okay. Alright. So one charger, of course, goes into this room. And I think we can just connect that directly to the high power line, why not? There would have to be a wall here. Where though? Maybe here on the wall, yeah, like here. I can already place it and then later I bring the wall, no I can't. Not sure what look this should have. Yeah, though maybe the outside wall of this room should have this look anyway. But no, the corridor was supposed to look differently. Could even have connected it with this one, but there's just no space. It doesn't matter. Why did it just turn on, man? Why did this just happen? Oh. Really? I got that wrong. And now of course it's on, yeah, because we're discharging the battery. How do I get the power from here to here? That depends of course on what I would put in the middle here. So that's tricky. Not sure what to do about this. I don't know, man. Let's use blue cables here. I mean, I want some kind of color coding. And this time I have to break with the so far established norms. Because what choice do I have? So blue shall be for airlock? Or which color will the airlock have? I think the airlock room will be white. And Shazam, we will actually have power right away. Real power.
Waste tank caution.
Okay. Waste tank caution, you say? Maybe I need one on this side also.
Waste tank critical.
I do have the resources to weld this. Electrical parts. Kit wall. How many do I have here? 11, 20. Maybe I need more walls. Because I'd like to close this. Oh, what's that? Close this up also. And there should be a door here. Yep. Actually, I could power this door right from the heavy cable. I mean, it's going here. Why not? Why not? Why should not be the entire logic of this room be right on this branch on this heavy cable? It's just a little room. That seems reasonable.
Big girls chill out tip for the day. Wear sunglasses when you're at work.
No, thanks. Alright, so what do we need? Walls? I should have some walls lying around here. Oh no, I already put them away. Electronic parts. I have 5. Is that enough? It should be enough. I think I need 2 per device. Or power vent. Builds the large powered vent, and that requires 2 electronic parts, and I will have 2 of those, so I need 4. Okay. A door for the battery room. And there was a bunch of more stuff that I just forgot. Really, I'm not sure. Man, I need a secretary here to play this game. Oh look, lots of brownouts. Yeah, that would probably be a problem. Could place a battery charger right there. And maybe a light source, huh? Yeah, now I remember what I want to bring. The computer. Shit, I need more plastic sheets. So we have 13 kit wall. So I need the computer stuff, plastic sheets, and more kit wall. Maybe we should cable this up. Oh, it is already. Okay. No objections. Way dark here. Need some lights outside. How is it coming along? Still pretty dark. But, you know, it's not like there's no life here. No, there's no light here. What's the light here? What? I could have used this up now. Walls. Those are flat walls. I need normal walls, though. Arched wall. Here we go. And plastic sheets. But I need to print more of those. How much silicon is left here? Not too much, so print plastic sheets, please. And bring the computer stuff. Which is the computer, the chip, the... Oops, I'm full. Oh, it's used up. Need to make a housing. Computer here or upstairs? Here, what I would say. Is that the right style for this one? Yeah, let's just do it, see what happens. Oh, that's convenient. And then another light source, please. Obviously here. But maybe not wired like this. Because you never know what else the room will need. I don't have enough cables on me. This would certainly be in the way of this astronaut suit holder thing, depending on where I place it here. Which would be here, and then there would be a different light source, maybe in the ceiling. Or maybe this one? Nah. Not sure. This one might be too far away. But this one might cast shadows upon the thing once it's there. Tricky. Neat. We have enough light in here now. So this guy can go over here. And this reminds me. I see housing. Garage airlock controller import, edit, wait, copy, external editor, alright. Okay, what's needed? Lots of cables. How many cables do I have? Okay, there's one cable coil here and there's one heavy cable coil here. All of that is good. But do we have possibly some copper reserves that we could burn? Reasonably we do have enough copper for doing some stuff. Nice. And every time we cycle the airlock, the rover will teleport around. That's so ridiculous. I need a battery charger in here and so forth and so on. Not now. This is not the project now. What? Exactly 50? Really? Did this just happen? Wow, okay. And then heavy ones. For which we need gold and copper. Gold. Copper. Okay, let's get over there then. Oh, right, I need the I see it on motherboard. I don't have that with me yet. What's this, by the way? Kit locker. A locker wouldn't be the dumbest thing to bring, but... Oh, I do have some space. Ace of space, cool. Well, let's get some locker then. How many? One rack and one full thing, I would say. Wait. That's a bit awkward. By the way, I have had experienced a weird bug around these guys, around these screens. I don't know if it was the floor-mounted one or the one on the wall, maybe it's the same. And I don't know what exactly causes it. I was in creative mode, I was fucking around, was connecting, disconnecting some devices, and I suddenly found that this thing was flashing an error. And the motherboard was no longer here, but it was here, it was displaced, it was loose. And then I found a way to grab it, because it really was just a loose item, it wasn't in there. So I took it, put it in again. So that's the thing that happens. Weird. And that's wrong. A locker. No, not here, obviously. I forgot the fucking ladder again. Maybe I should close up this part also. Would there be a window here? No. Just a flat wall. Make it a flat wall. Do we have some walls still here? I only have kit wall. Crap. Let it be this type of wall then. Battery room. With charger. Neat. We have a little battery room over here. And now it's getting warmer. And here we have light. And that should be here, really. I mean, why is this lit here? This is... I mean, what the fuck kind of culling algorithm is that? That doesn't know where the light is going. Nope. Not sure if that's better, but let's keep this. Then I would have to have a ceiling, which should be a flat wall that I don't currently have available. But maybe just keep it neutral out here. No, that's wrong. I should have rotated this differently. This is piped up. Here we have a cable connection. The cable, though, is not actually connected yet. And here we will have the insulated pipes. Now I have to calculate the volume. Let's say we start with 100 kilopascals as of the base level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be 8,000 liters times 8 is 64,000 liters. And one of the inline tanks has how many liters? 250 liters. Let's divide that. 64,000 divided by 250 is a factor of 265. That is not good enough. Is it? 265. 100 times 100 megapascals is 10,000 megapascals. 10,000. Oh, God damn it. 100 times 100 kilopascals is 10,000 kilopascals is 10 megapascals. 200 would be 20 megapascals. So actually one inline tank would be enough. But that is a bit, I don't know, it doesn't sound astronauty to me to have one of these only. Reserve-wise. If you have two, we have a factor of 128, so we are up at 10 megapascals maybe, which is nice, might also actually make the pumping with the active vents faster, though I don't think so. I think the active vents, the large ones too, are kind of magical devices.
Hunger caution.
Which are for gameplay fun, so that things work like they feel real, but they're also fast. I mean, they also have to tango with simulation implementation. If you have one pipe network, it's fast. If you have two connected by a valve, Shazam, it's slow, because via the game ticks they have to exchange gases and so forth. So it's all a balancing decision to make the simulation feel good. Let's say I had 4. That would be 64, so it would be a 6 megapascals. For 4, I would need 8 of these. How many did I bring? 9. So I could do this actually. Not sure if I want to, because it's maybe a bit overkill. I mean, I could have them horizontal, but I think pipes horizontal feel good, and these guys vertical feel good. And it's about feeling, isn't it? That could actually be all of it. But, oh. Forced perspective. In this case, I will not do it like I did it in the garage, where things would be piped into the room, so to speak. I mean, where the pipes would have a distance to the wall. Or should I? I mean, they're now inside the wall, which sucks a bit. What does it look like from the outside? Oh, that doesn't fly at all, man. At all. Like, nope. Noppity-nop. How much pressure do we have here? We don't have a way yet to measure that. That's not good. Also, we should have a... God damn it, do I have that here? A passive liquid drain. What if we ever have too high pressure in that? Do I have a passive liquid drain over there? Dude. Immediately check. Because that project was supposed to be finished. I forgot. That's not good. So, two passive liquid drains. Aha, thriving towards seeding. Here we have seeds indeed. Oh, no more potatoes? Was that the last one? Maybe we need to harvest a few more. Haven't taken care of the atmosphere in here for a while. I wonder. So let's take a look then. 24 degrees, lots of CO2, lots of nitrogen, which the soybeans need. The nitrogen has gone down a bit. How hot might the battery room be? I think we had exactly 20 degrees last time we checked, so let's say 25. 39! Whoa! But if I would have brought a passive vent, that would help. I don't have a special atmosphere in here, so I want to just slap a passive vent on the wall for a moment to break it open, so to speak. Which will alleviate some pressure and temperature too. Temperature 39 degrees. No more. (32, 30, 26, 20, 15, 13 and so forth. That should last for a while. Minus 17 degrees. Ah, wrong door. Needs to go into the garage. Wonder if there's some liquid in there? Currently definitely not now. Does this work on these pipes too? Oh, okay. Let's just slap this in here. Maybe we should save, huh? Can actually close this door by now. Kudos to the sound department of Stationeers, of the Rocketworks Stationeers team. They are doing a bang-up job. Mm-hmm. Yep, that feels neat. Short break. And we resume with a glorious fight for an improved station, and I just realized something. Here we have the duotone thing, right? And it's not duotone, and I thought that's a bug. It's not. I mean, it's... yeah, it's... maybe I shouldn't have used black as the example, let's use orange then.
Power low.
Yeah, it's very, very, very weak, and I would say it's definitely too weak. Let's go for grey and see what that does. Behold, not grey. It's really that weak. I mean, maybe you cannot even see it. I mean, it's clearly visible on screen, but the difference is weak, really. Look, mop, 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 mop. Let's keep it like this. It's, should I use grey? Why not? It's now. It's okay. It's okay. Everything in here shall be red. I spontaneously decided. Well, except for this stuff. This would mean that the door is also red. Do we not have any walls here? These need to be cabled up. I need cables, cables, cables. I have cables. Do I not have... There are cables. All the cables I have. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, the other ones are left in the station. This has to be connected to all this crap over here. We have to get the power, which is here, to the TV kind of thing. And the chip could be here, no, but I need the, what's its name? Ladder. There, yes. And if the ladder will be there, then I think we don't have a problem. What color should the walls have? I mean, white is okay, but it seems a bit very bright right now. Should I just go for grey? See what that does? Huh. I'm not sure. Feels like I'm losing something, I'm not sure. Too colorful. Also not good. These colors are kind of similar, so it feels as if it's a mistake. Nope. I mean, okay, gray and khaki kind of work together, but next to it we have red right now. Gray is not good for this. Let's go for black then. But then screen content and frame are the same. Gray? Oh, then you can't see it again. Should I alternate the walls? That is actually not bad. I didn't expect this to work. Huh. Well, weird it is. Not yet cabled up. Need cables. That was already correct, man. No chip selected. Now the housing, which should be somewhere here. Oh, there it is. Where would I put this? In the floor? Should I put another door here? A roller frame kind of thing? I mean, there's no space under the screen, because there are cables there. To have the chip kind of accessible, that seems important, but I don't know, I don't have any better idea right now. Other than, of course, putting a roller door thing there. Another bug. Okay, step 1, copy the entire source code here. No, entire source. Copy it, edit it, paste it, and this will of course not work. I mean, maybe it's not complaining, but it can't work. We need to rename devices and all that stuff. I want to get a ladder so that this feels more natural. I meant to make only one. Now I have two. Fuck my life. We are in a we are really in a weird world, right? Aren't we? I mean, basically, we're all being asked by society and by reality itself, so to speak, to become proper coexistence participants. Non-assholes, basically. In other words, basically you're being asked anything bad in your life, or anything bad around you, let it not come from you. And then you do that, And then you're confronted with a little pretty obvious problem, but then it really becomes obvious that this means that henceforth everything bad in your life will come from other people. And then you realize you have no choice but to hate them. Isn't that fucked up? I would say so. Maybe we should make the wall black here? That looks better. White, grey, black. It looks nicely integrated. This guy has not yet been cabled up, and we need a battery, a small, weak battery for this guy. Do we? Well, anyway, we need a battery, so let's go back, get a battery. You better get a battery. So we have the airlock pump stuff in place, we have the analyzer, we have the passive liquid drain, power. That stuff has not even been cabled up. I need more cables. Yeah, exactly. I thought there were more cables underground here. Wasn't there a spool of black cable? Or did I carry that away? Okay. What? Where did I leave that? I know I had some cables, and I'm pretty sure they were black. Do I have them on me somewhere? The 8 cables, and maybe they are in the power room, that's possible. Oh, they are cables. I accidentally put them here. Okay. Solved then. Minus 17 degrees. What is it now? Wasn't it minus 17? Well, I guess it was minus 17 because now it's minus 15. That would check out. %. 98%. 97%. This thing needs a big battery to buffer. Come on, motherfucker. Yeah, the battery is full. Okay. Interesting. Now we can really clearly see where the light ends. Right? I mean, is this ambient brightness the normal darkness? Yep. Oh, crap. Why did not no one tell me? Should have turned this off for like 10 years ago. Okay, really cares. Just one video. A billion. Yeah, too bad that we don't have the option here, but okay. I mean, I don't like the floor design here at all, but okay. Okay, we have the source code, we have everything cabled up. No, we don't have everything cabled up. This part is still very much missing. How do I connect these? Should we have ceiling lights, for example? How will these be connected? Questions, questions, questions. Questions, questions, questions. Questions, questions, questions. Questions. What? Don't tell me I built that into the ground. Holy fucking shit. Can I get to this? I don't even know anymore. Ah, shit. Forgot to turn the chip. Oh, no, the chip should stay off. But then the floor should stay open. Ah, the door's not powered. And this door, has it been powered? No, it has not yet been powered. Let's change that to stat. Now we need a lamp in here, a real one. I think I have one lying around here. Don't I? I think I had one. Nope. Maybe I should place a ladder on top of this one? Black. Black rungs matter. Can't see anything, man. Alright, let's go with the floor-themed approach. Yeah, okay. Now we have an airlock box. Basically everything is here. The only thing... Oh, no. This has not yet been cabled up. So now everything has been cabled up, and what only thing missing really is naming and programming, and then the airlock should be functional. And since everything stays on manual, I can still just empty these tanks Which I should, because we don't really have station atmosphere yet. It's just a draft. But I want to see if this works, and so that would then fulfill the mission that I set out and to do in the beginning. Next steps. Fries we had in the previous episode. Complete garage airlock we had in the previous episode. Fix recycler centrifuge done in this episode. Try 1x1 air. Okay, not quite. With garage code. Let's do that.
Waste tank caution.
Now-ish.
Waste tank critical.
Right, let's see what the source code has that it shouldn't. Composite door, yes, we have one, and that is correct. Hangar door, no, we don't have one. Instead, we have the airlock. Airlock. The airlock door. Airlock wide. Structure, airlock wide. Wide airlock door. We do not have a button here. And the door's name. Garage? No, I called it airlock. Well, let's call it airlock then. Right? Isn't that the name that I chose? That I had chosen? Airlock. Structure composite door, airlock. Then we have the wide airlock door. It's the only thing on this network. I basically wouldn't have to have named this one, but okay, whatever. Doesn't hurt. Also, it is named now. Then we have the structure vent large. So we have the airlock vent room and we have the airlock vent world. I think these names are fine. So let's go name these guys. That's obviously the world one. And that's the room one. So, structure composite door is called airlock, structure airlock wide, okay, that should work. Structure powered vent large, they have been named accordingly. Structure pipe analyzer, airlock analyzer. Yup, needs to be named. Done. Oh, right, I'm missing a gas sensor or two or three or multiple. How many will I need? Well, one for every slot of this room, if I want to really be sure, and I want to really be sure. So let's get, how many? 1, 2, 8. 8 gas sensors. I don't want to lose any atmosphere, and this guarantees that I won't lose any atmosphere unless I have programmed to bullshit. Atmosphere is looking good. Temperature is fine. It's weird that we always have to think about cooling but not about heating. Wait, yeah. But that's how it is in reality too. Except, yeah, well, these walls here, they shouldn't be perfectly insulating. That's the thing, and that will probably eventually change. There's no announcement yet though. What was the goal now? Gas sensors. I need 8 sensors. I need gold. Okay. Oh well. Do we have some sensors in reserve here? Probably not. Nope. Cable fuse, don't need it right now. There's 3 small transformers, that's a good thing to have. And I know just the locker to put them in. The electric room. And the fuse? Probably not needed. Oh, let's just split one. Can't hurt to have one. So that's 5 sensors, they go straight in the locker. Behold. Four. I need 8. In other words, I cannot carry all of them at the same time. I just can't. Except I don't need the insulated pipes anymore. Not this stupid track. Four. Okay, there's one too many, but doesn't hurt.
Oxygen low. Pressure critical.
Oh,
Oxygen critical.
my oxygen canister is actually not very high anymore. I mean, that's not what the message was about. I'm just seeing it right now. Actually, yeah, that's stupid. I shouldn't do it like this. Let's first get rid of this stuff. Wonder how warm that room is. Not that we will have much opportunity to detect that. Oh, it's even colder than the outside. Wasn't there a locker here? Oh, I thought I had a locker in this room. Well then I don't, okay. Maybe I want to leave one sensor here for in case I want automatic light. So placing the sensors like this is kind of stupid, because I'm saying, well, it's safe on cable and place them exactly like this, but with that I'm establishing in the structure of this airlock, basically subconsciously, to perceive the whole time that this is a simulation where every box is its own atmosphere and that's all I have to care about. Instead, what I should do is I should spread them out evenly. I know I've done this already in the other airlock. I'm not going to change it now, maybe later. But this is the way to go, spread them out evenly. Now we have the gas sensors. Okay, that should be all the hardware we need. Returning to programming. Okay. Door combo airlock. That's the mode. I'm writing the mode. I should also write the mode for the wide airlock doors. Write batch, wide airlock door mode 1. Write batch, wide airlock door lock 0. Then with the pipe analyzer that will be turned on. Then with the question button pushed, state tank pressure, max pressure, room pressure ceiling, room pressure average, room target pressure. All of that should be true. Structure gas sensor, airlock analyzer has been named. Yep. So I'm not done yet, I'm just, you know... Okay, door composite, because the button logic is now very different. So here I'm loading into R1 and R0 these values, and then I'm writing that in turn into button pushed. Now I need to do the same for the white airlock door. Oh no, that's not... Ah, I just pressed escape. There was a bug about half a year or a year ago, I don't know where exactly, for a while, that if you pressed escape, then it would, more than a year actually, that it would close the entire editor and you would lose your changes. That would suck. That should be the button logic, at least up here. There's no longer this, so that goes away. So what am I doing? Load batch named into R0 the inner door, the airlock composite door, whether it's open and what the setting is. If that is not equal, then that's button pushed and will be written directly into button push, which is overwritten by that entirely. Then I'm loading batch into R0 and R1, which are both no longer needed, the white airlock door open and setting, and then I'm doing this difference thing again, but into another register. And that register then I OR into button pushed. So now we have both doors, outside and inside button, as potential button pusher sources. But that's not all. We need to... There's some button reset thing down here. That needs to be treated equally. Load batch into R0 from this thing open sum. Write batch into this thing setting R0. Load from the white airlock door where that's open, write it into its setting. Now I need to replace a bunch of comp airlock kind of things. This is not the ideal way to do it, I know. I have to, you know, juggle many things at once. Should I focus on optimizing the source code? That would take an entire episode. Alright, let's go through the source code once again. Reset button logic. Check the buttons. Load the tank pressure, the room pressure maximum and the room pressure average. Write to the housing what the state is, run the state machine, and jump to initialize airlock. Let's see if initialize airlock is still meaningful. Reset button logic, move state 1, hangar door open sum. Yeah, I need to find out whether the white airlock door is open. I just realized something. The hangar door openness, I always said open sum, but that's a programming error. Because, I mean, it should work in all cases, but we have two of these doors next to each other. So we get a value of 0 or a value of 2. I mean, 2 is still the logical statement true, so that works. As long as it's not 0, it's true. What about negative values? I don't know. I think the value has to be at least 1 away from a 0 in both directions, in either direction. But I'm not sure. Maybe we should actually do some research on that at some point. Load batch into R0, white airlock door open sum. Load batch named into R1, door composite door. If the airlock door is greater than 0, so that's open, we jump by 2 lines. Blub blub. And we say here that the door is outdoor idle. And then we say close, open the outer door if it's not yet open, and we say inner door close. Here we're checking is the composite door the inner door, is it greater than 0? If so, go to start, because then the outer door is closed, the inner door is open, and we have indoor idle state. If that is not the case, then that is 0, and then that would be closed, and we would assume the outdoor situation. So that was initialize airlock, save, edit, pause. Waiting for cycling to indoor, button push, blah blah blah, and then when that happens, close both doors. Same down here. Move state 4, vent world, button push to wide airlock, tank pressure state 3, vent, state, tank pressure, button push, room pressure, ceiling, state, vent. Repressurize indoor. That makes sense. Return to idle state. Turn both vents off, state 3 or state whatever. That should be it. That should be the airlock. Save. Export. Yeah, well, that counts as indoor then. It's pumping to the outside. Now that is wrong. I don't know why it assumed that we had the outdoor situation, but what is happening? Why is this thing not turned off? Okay, something's very wrong and I don't understand that at all. Maybe another cycle will fix things? Not that it should be like this, but okay. Oh, liquid oxygen. Condensation happening in the pipe. But here we get that stuff, liquid oxygen, if I'm not mistaken. Which shouldn't happen, because that should be indoor atmosphere. But hey, we have no indoor situation yet, so that makes sense. So if we cycle this, what happens? It pumps to the outside, that's good. Then it should repressurize to the inside, it does that. The indoor is not yet open, now it's opened. Because we have nothing more to give. I guess the airlock was just not yet awake completely. That's not good development when it behaves like this, but I mean, it's not like I have a high language here where I could do everything properly and enough lines and so forth and so forth. Of course I could do that better, or someone could, but anyway. Pumping into this thing. Open the outdoors. Abort. Abort the repressurization also. Abort pumping away. Open. Yeah, it's a smooth airlock. Pumping out. Restoring from indoors. Until it's empty and we have no other choice but to open the door anyway. The airlock works. The code is not properly abstracted. You saw I needed to change quite a few things. But yeah, that works. Mission accomplished. So let's complete this by decorating the floor. Do we have flat walls somewhere here? Kit wall. I think I put all of those away. Not here, probably. A locker would be welcome. And flat walls. Neat, huh? Now we have 2 of these advanced airlocks. And they're working pretty well so far. Locker. And flat walls. Really? That's all I have? Oh. Okay, I'll make flat walls then. Neat. Also very promising development over here. And once that corridor has been established, then we can just go through here too, because it will all be indoor stuff. Could basically establish the corridor now also, but it's a bit late and I want to stop. The video is also pretty long already. Long is pretty long. That's what she said. Spit it out, man. Should be daytime any moment now. Let's see how late it is by looking at the solar panels. Yeah, any moment now the sun will come out. Any moment now. It's really like right there already. Cool, so we can see the station from the outside before we shut this down for today. Still colder in here, it's ridiculous. I have a cold room. Cold storage, basically. I have no lights in here yet. Maybe that's also another thing to do before I shut this down, so that it is complete, you know? Complete airlock. And the back wall here? I could actually close this up. Alrighty, now let's make everything red like I had planned. Not sure if I want this, but let's see if I want this. Ceiling needs to be closed. Looking good. Flat walls. Should I use the other walls then? How many of those do I have? 15. Okay, let's use those. It doesn't really matter. Dude, what the fuck? Neat. Oh, is there no window here? Now we need a light in here. Need to print some. Or fetch some. Save. There is the sun. Yeah, we'll take a look from the air once everything's done, and then I shut this down. Now we need lights. I don't have any lights here. Okay, let's print a bunch of lights then. Dean Hall, you created a beautiful game, you and your team. Thank you for this. Thanks a lot. What are you doing with my lifetime, man? It's just dripping away with me playing this virtual thing. Yeah, but there's once again the question of the meaning of life. What's the meaning of life? Procreate? Contribute to society? Make the nation grow? Wage war on your neighbors? Huh? What is it? No one knows. So, life's what you make it.
Waste tank critical. Waste tank critical.
Okay, the trick doesn't work here because that thing is just too buried.
Waste tank critical.
I touched it just now. God damn it. Yeah, lights. So gigantic. City, 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 city. This thing is so large. A new city, 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 another city, another city, another city. Unfathomably large. It's just a ball. No. Shut up. Don't start. Don't start. Don't start. Maybe I should have... Shit. This is crappy timing. When everything is... But, that's another thing. When you are focusing on getting a certain thing done, then you might detect that at a critical point, everything will seem to, like, fall apart. Or not fall apart, but, like you have to go an extra step that didn't seem necessary. Like, right now. I mean, everything could have been fine, but just then, something prevents everything from going smoothly. And that's the energy, once again, expressing in digital form. After all, this is the digital form of the energy. Reality. And it's a matter of orchestration, and we will get this bitch sorted, man. Reality will be orchestrated. Everybody will be a musician in this orchestra. Like you already are, only most of you don't care to play your instrument right, or play intentionally wrong. I mean, not necessarily you, but like Kisama, for example. This is my go-to example right now. What light type do we choose and where do we place it? That cable, I think, should be black. Something weird, maybe. Something we hadn't had yet. Of course, I have 8 cables with me, which is fewer cables than I need to complete this. See, often you might see me complain, well, this is going wrong, that's going wrong, like I'm cursing at someone. Yes, I am. I'm cursing at mankind. I'm cursing at the musicians who don't care to play their instruments right. Who cause this whole show not to be as good as it should be. In my deep conviction, death has long become optional and is only taking place because mankind is too stupid to choose. To choose life. And how do you choose life? Well, what is life? Is that you feeling, I am myself, my body, I'm strong, yes, I've chosen life, yes. No, you don't know what life is. Life is truth. You have to submit to the truth. If you want life, give yourself to it. That is how this works. And there are reasons for that I'm not going to explain against this time, because it would just be too long. It's because how the universe is constructed. It was just one being, but now it's many. And the way for that one being to become many beings is by saying, this is all me, I define it. Instead of saying that, It's saying, I will just give will, the substance that I am, without defining it. And that's what results in this universe, and what also resulted in the Big Bang at the beginning, you know? Why there would be such an intense, sudden presence of energy. The decision to give energy. Plain and simple. I mean, it is that simple. Yes, you're full of shit. I'm full of truth, you're full of ignorance. Prove it. Dude, if I could prove it, that would change the world. And the world does not want to be changed. Do you not get it? I am doing what you people want. By not showing you that it's true. It's just like when someone drives drunk in the pedestrian zone in the evening at like 50 miles per hour, faster even. Which is pretty much reckless, isn't it? Are they trying to kill someone? That's something you might actually ask them. Are you trying to kill someone? And that expresses it, doesn't it? Of course a person is not trying to kill someone. That's not what people are normally doing then, when they're doing this shit. But technically they are. See, and that's the difference, or that's the mystery, the miracle of what is your true intention. A miracle now, the mystery. What is really your true intention? It's a bit more lit than I would have thought. Let's see what happens if we turn off every second lights. There's still too many lights. Oh, let's make it modular then. See what happens. Or should I make a light that wanders? Dip, 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 dip. That would be funny. That's not bad. I want to put another one over there and remove all the rest. I mean, be aware. Some of you might be smokers, for example. Of course, you know somewhere in your head that you're an idiot for doing that. Because that's the truth. See, you're not. I mean, if you want to kill, basically you're trying to kill yourself in a way that is the most expensive and most painful and most burdensome for others way possible. While at the same time trying not to be an asshole and also trying to be happy, trying to live life so that you enjoy it. These two things are in direct contradiction with each other, and therefore they are completely the perfect example of inconsistent. That's just what it is. I know that it is annoying for me to say that, but that's your problem. The truth is not the problem. The one who speaks it is not the problem. The one who cannot deal with the truth properly. I mean, with the things said, yeah, that's not what I meant, but the one who cannot handle the truth properly. That again sounds as if I'm talking about what is being said. No, I'm not saying that at all. Crap, I cannot delete the cables there? I mean, the ones who cannot deal with reality properly. I mean, what is it that you're trying to get out of life? Cancer? And don't start with we all die eventually. I won't fucking die, ever. Mark my words. Immortality is a choice, and I've chosen. How did you say? I'm talking about it right now. By giving yourself to the truth. You might think, well, many people have done that in history, yeah, but have they done that fully? Or just a little bit? That would be the question. Okay, we're done. Ah yeah, let's take a look from the outside. trying to get the sun in the shot, it's not so easy. Still already too wide angle. Yeah, okay, fuck the sun. Leave it out then. Yep, that's what we got. From one lander. And lots of patience. On your part too. See you again next time.